I'm Bob, and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 and our 2013 playthrough. Tonight, round 15, and we head to Suzuka, Japanese Grand Prix. And whew, it is a hot one today. I am absolutely melting. So no webcam because I'm doing this topless. Try and keep the temperature down a bit. So I will spare you the sight of me without a t-shirt on. So yeah, round 15 tonight. Just 5 races to go in this opening season, and well, we're still at lost confidence from the board, so we still have to turn this around. We've only got, as I say, 5 rounds to go, but we got us satisfied in Baku for finishing in 4th place. So there is a possibility that we could actually turn this round. Fingers crossed that we can actually do that, but it's still going to be very, very tricky to do. Let's take a look. Why have I got a high risk warning? Oh yes, we killed a gearbox, didn't we? We are going to need to replace that. Let's stick this one in for testing, for practice. There we go. And then while I'm here, I may as well do the other bits. We'll leave that ERS in, and we'll switch over to that gearbox. There we go. Let's check. Yep, that's good. Let's have a look at Schumacher's car. Let's go with that engine and that ERS and that gearbox. There we go. Yeah, absolutely melting. I've got windows open to try and create a through draft. I've got 2 fans going in the room. I've got the door open, windows open on the top of the stairs, but the PC's pumping out a lot of hot air for obvious reasons, and it's pumping it out straight into insulated wall that was done last year. Oh, actually, no, nearly 2 years ago now, to try and thermally insulate the room, so it gets very hot very quickly. I need to change where the PC is so it's not blasting hot air straight into a wall that reflects it right back at me. But that's a job for another day. But, yeah, I'll get through this as best I can. I'll try not to die from heat stroke on on stream. And as I say, no camera today. Evening Dino, evening Mike, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. If you've got any questions, ask away. Well, I'll see what I can do to answer those for you. And we are just about ready, I think, to jump into today's race. Let me have a quick look at the standings. We have lost touch with Lotus. They are now a very long way ahead of us. They are 75 points ahead of us. We're over 100 points to go Sauber, so I'm not worried about slipping down to 6th, but yeah, we have lost touch there. Schumacher did jump a couple of places, thanks to no points for Button or Grosjean, because Grosjean decided to take out Jensen in the previous race. So he's up to 61 points, 7 points behind Massa, who also didn't score in the last race. Maybe we'll catch Massa. That's as high as we're going to get this year. We are certainly not going to catch Raikkonen. So let's crack on and set our targets then, shall we? Oh, actually, let me check the specs. Have I got? No. So Jensen is running a different chassis, and as you can see, it's a considerable drop in top line speed, going from a Mark 3 to a Mark 5. Big drop. So Jensen's definitely going to be a bit of a disadvantage in that respect today. They do both have the Mark 4 front wing, no, Mark 3 front wing. Rear wings, they're both on the Mark II. Side pods, they're both on the new Mark 5s. Underfloors, they're both on the Mark III. And suspension, they're on the Mark II. We're never going to build the Mark III because it's just going to kill the pace in the car. So, I've got another front wing coming, but it's still a month away. And this place is still shut down because of a fire as well, which really doesn't help. Putting some spare parts coming, nothing in time for this Grand Prix. I'll have a spare front wing for race day. Yeah, nothing else. When do I get the next chassis? 2 days. Can I speed that up? Oh, no. That's not what I want. It's building, isn't it? I can't change the number of engineers on that. So, yeah, there we go. Let's set ourselves those targets then. Schumacher's target is 10th. Wow, car performance ranked 15th on the grid. That's not great. And 13th for Jensen. All right, fingers crossed. We can actually do something at Suzuka.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan. This unique track is a favourite home for motorsports, and it welcomes us back this weekend. Get ready for exhilaration and speed with the Japanese Grand Prix. This is the last shot that McLaren's team principal will be given to prove that they can lead the team to victory. Okay then, let's get to it.
I think winning a race this year would be like winning a championship, given our car. Evening, Wayne. Good to see you. We've already done the power parts. Suzuka is 17 laps. If you want to do 2 separate runs, I'm going to leave it at 15 and hope that's going to be enough for this first bit. Setup wise, I'm going to go with a 7 on the front and a 13 on the rear. I'm going to go with a 6.4. I'm going to push this up just a little bit, and then Suzuka is one of those tracks where you always have a gimme on one part of the setup. This is pretty much always a 0. Very, very rarely it might go up to a 0.05, but it's almost always a 0. So that's a nice little gimme on this track. And then we'll do something a little bit different, but not too different for Button. We'll go with a 7.5. We'll go with a 13. We'll leave that as a 5.5. We're going to push this up a little bit further. And again, we're going to take that gimme and go to a 0 there. Driving options, as always, we will try and protect bits on the car. There we go. And with that, we are ready to start practice. I didn't actually check the weather report. Let's have a look. So it's looking like it's going to be quite warm. Borderline hot on Sunday.
Is the radio okay now?
It's kind of fitting,
yep,
considering the temperatures here today. It'll be a little bit cooler in the first half of this section, and then we'll be probably a little bit warmer overall on the later stint. Speed them up. Wow, what a Grand Prix we had. Some of the drama cut a little bit short with George's retirement. Could have been a really interesting race all the way. Had they been able to keep battling George and Kimi all the way through. but cut short, unfortunately. I do think George was a little in the wrong in quite a few of those head-to-heads with Kimi. I'm not sure how much of my growing dislike of George Russell is biasing that, but I think that George was leaning on his team leader status very heavily, so getting away with more than he probably would have done if the roles were reversed. Farah, welcome back. We've missed you. A lot of people have been asking after you. And yes, we do have a new spanner, or shield as they are now. And happy birthday, Mike. Alright, speeding the drivers up again. Nice to see, and I'm going to chase Farah off immediately now. It was nice to see Hamilton having a really strong weekend and taking second place. We've got optimal feedback from Schumacher. That's 97 to 100. Let's take a look. It's 97. Maybe we need to tweak the front wing. See what Jensen thinks.
Everything okay?
Might actually have audio for this one.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Go away, Crofty. Nobody wants to hear you. Oh, only good. That's not good at all. Yeah, ooh, 72. Way off on that one. What the hell happened there? We'll call them in and try and figure out where we've gone so dramatically wrong with Jensen's car, because it's not that much different from Schumacher's. I'm guessing roll bar needs to change, maybe the rear wing. Guessing we're all impressed with Antonelli, 43 points up. Yeah, he's having a really strong start to the season. I mean, that talent has always been there. I just think he needed that little bit of experience and time to settle in. He had flashes of brilliance last season, but wasn't consistent. This year, he's hit the ground running, and it's been fantastic to watch him really take it to George and really prove that he deserves that seat. And setting records all over the place as well. He's broken the record he set in the previous Grand Prix. He's the only driver in Formula One history to have won his first 4 Grand Prix back-to-back, having previously been the record holder for 3 Grand Prix back-to-back. From his first wins. This could go either way. Actually, this could go up, it could go down. I'm going to take it down. Let's go to a 12.5. Go that way, I think. I might even go to a 3.7. This is definitely wrong. that way? Second guessing myself here. I am really stumped on this one. Let me reset that back. Not sure which way to go on this. Let's go back to that. Let's go with a 3-7. Let's push this up a bit. Can't quite see which way I need to go on this. This one is really stumping me. Trying to decipher this one. Going on what I think the setup should be. Let me leave that at a 5-5. Now I need to try and... See, that's not going to work now. I'm going to go with that. And really, really dig deep trying to figure that one out. Colapinto had a pretty impressive Grand Prix as well, albeit with a little bit of a dink to his front wing. As soon as he came out the pits, he got away with it. During the VSC, boxed, came out and immediately went off on the exit at turn 2 of the pit lane. Just scraped his front wing and one of his tyres against the wall. Managed to get away with it and ended up best of the rest today. A good solid performance for him. McLaren getting it very, very wrong once again. Oscar getting the call absolutely right and the team overruling him. That he should have boxed, gone onto a set of hot, soft tyres for the restart. Would have worked out better for him. And some very, very clumsy racing all the way throughout the Grand Prix. So many lockups from George at the hairpin. It almost got to the point where it was like every other lap he was locking up there. And then a huge lockup from Oscar as well. Wow, actually no, not really a huge lockup, but just that sort of collision with Albon at turn 11, the hairpin. Just speared straight into the side pod and...
Any feedback?
Oh,
Understood.
God, it's still only good. It's got him worse. Ah! We've got Schumacher's absolutely spot on, but we've made Jensen's car even worse. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't know what's going on with this car. Maybe this will help decipher it. Alright, so that has to be a 13.5. There's no way around that. that has to be quite a big gap, which means maybe that's going to be a 6.5. That's going to have to come right down. Maybe it's not going to be a 6.5. That's going to be a 7.3. Let's make that a 7. That's 7. I don't think that's a big enough gap. Let's try that. Impressive driving from Lawson to keep those softs alive. Quite a few drivers actually kept their softs alive for quite a long time. I think a lot of people were under the impression that softs were going to tear up quite quickly. But no, they hung on very, very well for the most part. McLaren not the only team as well getting that call for inters wrong. Albon and Sykes also starting on them, as did the Audis. They started on the inters as well. Just have to mention how sad it was saying goodbye to Salah and Robertson. Oh yeah, Cadillac as well. Perez was doing his usual thing of just not letting people through very cleanly under blue flags. That's a very consistent trait from him. Yeah, saying goodbye to Salah and Robbo. Big changing of the guard, so to speak. Very curious as to what the team will look like next season. And whether or not Slot will actually see out the end of the season. Right, we're at 96%. I'm not going to get him up to 100 by the end of the session, so we'll leave him in the pits, and we'll top that up in the next session. Hopefully, we'll be good with Jensen. But we'll find that one out in the next session as well. The first of the Back to the Future mods are available on Overtake for both the 24 and the 26 models. I've not checked out the 26 models yet. Have downloaded it, just haven't got the 26 models installed yet. So I've not checked those ones out. The 24 models, some of them are really nice. Some of them need some work. I'll be speaking to Foamy about those. The Ferrari in particular needs some work. Unfortunately. It's the one I was the most excited for. But yeah, we'll try and get those sorted. The ones that do look really, really good, the Copasuca Fittipaldi, which for some reason Foamy is labelled as Andretti Racing. That looks really good. The Lotus looks really good. The black and gold Lotus. The Jordan looks pretty good, but needs a little bit of refining. Trying to remember which other ones. As I say, the Ferrari needs a bit of work. The colour's just all wrong, unfortunately. The Leighton House looks good. The Camel Lotus needs a little bit of work. And there are more to come. So just those 1, 2, 3, 7 models at the moment, and that includes the West McLaren we saw last week. Right, there we go. That is the end of practice 1. There is Grosjean confirmation of the penalty for spearing Jensen out of the Grand Prix last time out. Van der Garde also with a penalty. Let's see if anyone else picks one up as the weekend progresses. To practice 2. We're going to go with the mediums in this session. I might go mediums in the 3rd session as well. I might just stick with the softs, and I think I'll probably stick to using softs so I can keep 2 sets of mediums. Tyre wear isn't great for us, so pulling off a soft, medium, soft might be a bit tricky. Soft, medium, medium would certainly be safer. Especially if the temperature's going to be high as well. Give us that little bit of extra leeway so we don't have to kill our pace just to keep the tyres, alive long enough to make it through the race. Let's send that Schumacher. Jensen as well. We got some damage engine-wise to Gutierrez and Adrian Sutil as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they go orange at all at any point during practice. Let's tell our drivers to avoid the curbs. And we just need a few laps basically for Schumacher, but we need to find out whether or not we've sorted out Jensen's
just behind full of curbs.
Is this series going to have a premature end if I do get fired? No, I think the plan will be to maybe move to another team. We'll see. The whole purpose of this series was to try and win title number 8 with Schumacher by dusting off the mothballs, bringing him out of retirement, and sticking him in the car instead of Perez. Unless we get fired, we're not going to be able to achieve that. Plus, we've already made some major changes to the staffing in anticipation of that attempt. And if we're not here next season, then all of that work will be completely, out the window. There we go. Look at that. Nailed it. Finally. We had a bad start, made it even worse, and now straight to perfect. That's what we like to see. Which means he might actually be ready to come in. He is. They're both up. All right, let's call him in.
Okay, so remember pit lane speed limiter. Stop on the marks.
So let's have a confirm. Prep is at 100. Lovely stuff. Prep is at 100. Also lovely stuff. Right, that's us done entirely. Practice-wise, we can whiz through the rest of this session and the session after that as well. Go straight into qualifying. Oh, one other mod that was dropped on Overtake yesterday, I think it was, possibly Saturday evening, maybe Sunday, I'm not sure off the top of my head. But an update for the 2026 database for the 2026 mod, that is now up with an updated version on Overtake. So we will be getting that series started soon. What I might do is, depending on how this series ends, we'll finish this series, or this season of this series, this week. So 5 rounds to go. We'll do 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 this week. Round 19, the finale of this season. And then, depending on whether or not we get fired, we'll determine whether we go straight into the 2026 series. Full time, or if we just go part time and continue this series as well. But the 2026 series should start next week.
There's a yellow flag now.
Oh, Mark Webber's crashed. And where is that? Is that Degner's?
It's the Red Bull driver. Within a split second, the impact's
It's
made.
a lock-up.
And that's a tough one
second
to
Degner
take for
and
both
into the
driver
barrier.
and the car.
Is he out? Or is he still going? He's still going with a damaged wing and probably a damaged suspension as well. And damaged chassis, no doubt, as well. Damage does get increased with this version of realistic racing, makes the cars a bit more fragile. It's going to carry on though. There's only a few minutes left in the session, so if one wants to complete the run. There we go. That is practice 2 done. We're going to go straight into practice 3. But we are going to change the engine parts over before we go into the session. So still those 2 penalties, nobody else yet. I'd be surprised if we actually get anyone needing replacement engine parts. Given... it's possible, I suppose, but I don't think anyone's wrecked enough cars for that to be a major concern, given it's only a 19-race season. Maybe. Who knows? Right, so Schumacher fully ready for qualifying. Go with that engine for Jensen. we're just going to sit this session out. So let me minimize
Sessions
so
should
we
be
don't
starting
get
now.
accidentally click happy. Nice cool shower about 2 hours ago to try and just lower my body temperature, and despite turning that temp all the way down, still haven't been able to stop sweating since I got out of the shower. Stagnant heat in the room. In other news, I have been continuing to plough my way through Battlestar Galactica, spurred on by playing Scattered Hopes. I'm now into season 3 of the series already. Probably be done with that in another few days. Flash of a yellow flag there.
Let's take a
for
closer look.
Hulkenberg.
Nico
Spoon.
Hulkenberg there.
Yes, it
How
is.
wide they go, leaving the racing line. And they might want to take a look at the floor of the car there, because that won't do it any good.
Nottingham. I'm in Nottingham. Let's see what the temperature is outside. According to BBC weather, 27 degrees at the moment outside, but the inside temperature is hotter because of the heat from the PC and the TV and the other TV.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
So that is
Now, this
also
was
the
the
second
Sauer.
Degner.
There's clear contact there. Now their confidence will have
That
taken
looks
a
a bit
hit
more
with that.
terminal. And it is. That is a retirement. Even if Foamy, we have to talk about the Ferrari. That colour is all wrong. I downloaded the pack from Overtake because I tried over the weekend to get it from the website and it wasn't working on the website. I don't know if it's up and running properly yet. But yeah, I've had a look at the models that you've released. Some look absolutely brilliant. There are some issues with some others. And the Ferrari is definitely one that has issues. Although I did notice a little Easter egg. I haven't looked at the 26 models yet because I don't have the 26 cars installed. I've still only got the 24s installed at the moment. It's a lot of hassle at the moment trying to switch out mods. I'm going to try and reconfigure everything to a point where I don't have to keep switching things in and out. And changing out binaries and stuff as well. So I've only checked out the 24 liveries at the moment. The Kopasuka looks really nice, although I don't know why you've labelled it Andretti Racing, because it wasn't. It was Fittipaldi, and I did mention that last week when you dropped it on the trailer. Yeah, it's Fittipaldi Racing. Well, as it was just called then, Kopasuka Fittipaldi. Which one was it? Was it the 1975 model? Yeah, it was the yellow one. Or one of the yellow ones. Yeah, but that's the team was called Fittipaldi Automotive. And that's how they ran as a company. They were partnered up with Kopasuka from 75 to 78, and so they were kind of labelled as Kopasuka Fittipaldi. And they went back to Fittipaldi Automotive for 78, 79. They were sponsored by Skoll in 1980. And then went back to just being called Fittipaldi Automotive for 81 and 82, and then the team folded. All right, there we go. Practice is done. Up next is qualifying.
Welcome everyone to qualifying. This should be a good one.
Suzuka is a notorious circuit both for its unpredictable weather and the difficulty of closely following other cars. Making the right call on when to head out to avoid traffic and dirty air can make all the difference here.
There, of course, we've got Nico Hulkenberg. How do you think he's faring heading into qualifying?
The main thing on my mind was their speed in practice. They just weren't that fast. But was that down to the driver, the car, the team experimenting? We don't know, and we'll just have to see how they fare in qualifying.
Well, it's almost here. Qualifying coming up soon.
What's up with the 90? The colour is... it's like a really deep maroon, but it's also metallic, and it just looks weird. Really, really weird. In fact, I will show you. Let me do this. We will close the game down. It'll autosave to that point. Let me open up the... the packs and the downloads. Let me take those, and I want to come into here and team packages. So let's take the Ferrari out. Oops. pop that one in. The Camel still is black lettering instead of blue. The Jordan also has that same metallic kind of font as well. And we need to talk as well about which teams they're replacing, because the lineage is all messed up on some of these. Right, let's just go with those two. In fact, no. It's for qualifying. We'll take a look at all of them. Is this an updated McLaren over the one that we looked at last week, or not? The MP17. Okay, so I've not checked that one out yet. So we'll. I assumed it was the same one that we already looked at. So we'll pop that one in as well. There we go. The Leighton House. Shit. Oh, I see. There's a problem with the lettering on the Leighton House, and there was another issue as well. I forget which car it was. It's whichever one. Oh, it's the Black Lotus, which replaces Mercedes. Let's take that out and plonk that there. We've got the Camel Lotus, which replaces the Haas. So that means getting rid of Marussia. And then the Copper Suka replaces Toro Rosso. There we go. Right. Evening, Ingrid. Follow me. Did the game crash? No. We're going to go through the mods that Foamy has dropped on Overtake. So, into qualifying. Bits are all swapped over because we did that earlier.
Okay, that's a green light.
See who breaks cover first. Right, we've got the Camel Lotus coming out. So, yeah, and as you can see, all the sponsors are in black when they should be in blue. It's like the mask is missing underneath. Yeah, I remember pointing it out last week. Maybe it just slipped your mind. But, yeah, that's still all in black. It's got blue numbering on it. But everything else is... Oh, I hadn't even... Yes, I see the camel's got its backside back. So it was all chopped off, wasn't it? We've got the Jordan, and the Jordan is metallic, and it shouldn't be. I mean, it looks lovely, but it also doesn't look right. Try and get a nice shot in the sun. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because of the metallic finish, but the shade of green is a little off. It might be. It looks like it is the Aston colour. And I'm not sure if that's just because of the material or if the colour itself is wrong. Or combination of both. But nice looking car. Just, as I say, with the wrong kind of finish on it, unfortunately. The Lotus. I love the Lotus, but there is one issue with the Lotus, and that is the driver number. Oh, well, it's not that. I mean, I think they should be gold. I'm not 100% certain, if I'm honest. But it's the spacing's off on them. You only get half the number. I'm trying to get a good side-on shot. We should get one here through 220R. Oh, that's a mistake in the background for Raikkonen. Oh, Yankee, apparently. Yeah, it's only got half the number. So, I'm not quite sure what the reason for that is. Might be easy to show you with Hamilton. Because this should be... Again, well, I'm trying to remember what number... what number was Rosberg? Was he number 16? Because if so, it's missing the front number. I think it's... Because I ran this earlier. I think it might be running George's number of 69. 63. Because I ran this earlier just on a race replay. And Lewis Hamilton's number is 44. And we only get 4. And when I ran it earlier, George Russell's number was just 6, not 63. And then Rosberg's car is also showing just 6, which I think it's showing, you know, because we've kind of swapped out bits of the mod. I think it's showing George's number, but yeah, it's only showing the first number of the number. If I can show you a good shot of the nose, there you can see that the 4's there and the other half is here off the car somewhere. So yeah, it's off center and it's chopped half the number off as well. But other than that, I think that car looks absolutely lovely. Very, very nice indeed. We didn't change out the Sauber, did we? No. So we've done the Jordan, we've done the Lotus. We haven't done anything to the Red Bull. We've looked at that Lotus. The Leighton House. Isn't actually a Leighton House. You'll see what I mean by that in a minute. Yeah, it chops the side pod name. You can see it bending underneath, but it's just not visible for a good chunk of it. It sort of needs repositioning, sort of up a little bit and maybe across a little bit. It's the same on the other side as well. So that's the side we've just looked at. And then you can see again. And now we need to talk about the one that broke my heart. I was so excited for this one, and then I saw it and I'm like, oh, it just looks wrong. Yeah, it's this weird metallic finish that makes it so much darker than it should be. It should just be a nice shiny gloss red, and it should be pretty much the same shade as the Marlboro badge on the side. I did spot the Easter egg on the Marlboro badge, by the way, which, if I can time it right, there we go. I spotted that because I could see there was something there, and I wasn't sure if it was, you know, one of the driver names or not. But yeah, I spotted that little Easter egg. But it's this weird metallic shade that looks a bit wrong, and you can see like the I think the base layer coming through in places, especially on the sides of the car. Plus, we've got a bit of a red blur here on the halo, and you can see some paint bleed through here on the side pods and around the cockpit area as well. But you can see it's way too dark. Look. Yeah, just a nice, simple sort of glossy red. This sort of shade, maybe a touch darker, you know, similar to the shade of the Marlboro badge on the side. We've got Vettel on a flying lap. Let's take a look at some sectors. Hamilton's set the fastest time so far in the JPS Lotus with the 126.6. We'll change these back after qualifying. We'll go through... Actually, I'll change it back after this session. We haven't sent our cars out yet, have we? I've not inspected the new McLaren yet. Vettel out to go top. Yes, he is. I'm on 26.6, only just quicker than Hamilton by just under 600ths of a second. Let's send out Schumacher. waited a little bit longer, but never mind. I want to get 2 runs in if I need to. Let a few of these guys go through before we send out Jensen. And this is the Kopasuka. Which I have to say looks fantastic.
Radio check. All loud and clear.
All right, let's take a look at the reworked Mercedes. Same for me, McLaren Mercedes. Trying to get it where it's not in direct sunlight. Briefly had it there. It looks a little bit darker, but it still looks a little bit too bright. It should be... It still looks like it's kind of a pale grey / white colour as opposed to a silver colour. But it's kind of weird with this car. Oh, shit. Don't hit the barrier. Oh. Is that just the tyres? He's knackered up. What's he damaged? Oh, the underfloor. I don't know if I have an underfloor change or not.
Right, let's have a look here as we go into turn 8. Oh, and the car locks up. But that's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
No, I blame Valtteri for that one. So the lap is kind of scuffed. So the thing with this car was the West logo here was in a white sort of had a white background, which faded into a silver fade around the edge. The nose and the main body of the car were silver, but there was a white fade on the front of the nose. And then it was white on the rear wing, but the main body of the car was silver. So it's not all one kind of colour. It definitely looks better than it did when it was very bright white last week. Let's see how Jensen's getting on. Down 2 tenths. See about the middle sector. Should be much better because he didn't lock up. Yeah, Schumacher's going to have to go again. Oh, for God's sake! I blame the paint. Fuck.
So let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's have a look as we go into the 13th corner. Oh, and the car with a
Huge
nasty
hit. That's
crash
probably
into the barrier.
totaled that
I
engine.
imagine their confidence will have taken a knock. The team glued to the monitors and watching their hopes crumble away.
Oh, what a disaster. One car in rough shape, the other one out. Ah, damn it. It is an ex-Parrot. So, yeah, lineage. Evening, Micon. We need to talk about the lineage of some of these, because some of the choices that you've made. Why did what happen twice? Schumacher locked up at the second Degner, and Button spun out at Spoon. So separate drivers. Yeah, we need to talk about the lineage of some of these cars, because some of the choices you made to replace them seems a little odd, given that they're from different eras and some from the same team. So, let me just put the download file again. So, you made the Lotus JPS a replacement for Mercedes. That kind of works, I suppose. Lotus were a completely independent team. They were never bought out, they just folded. No one took over the team when they folded in '94. But then you've got the other Lotus here, the Camel Lotus, and you've made that one Haas. Was it Haas? No, you made that one Alpine. Lotus Renault worked together, yeah, but that was not the same Lotus. That was not the same Lotus. Lotus Renault, or Team Enstone, has gone through many, many guises, but they were never officially Lotus. You know, when Team Lotus entered in 2010, that was an attempt to kind of resurrect the mark of the original Lotus team. As opposed to Lotus, the sports car brand, which is what had partnered up with Renault. And there were some legal wranglings going on back and forth, which is why Team Lotus had to change its name to Caterham, because the same guy who ran that team or owned that team also acquired the rights to Caterham in 2011 as well. So for 2012, they became Caterham instead. But they technically weren't the original Lotus team either. It wasn't like a continuation or a resurrection. It was still a separate entity. But the Lotus team that you're referring to, the Lotus Renault, was in its current guise is Alpine. Before that was Renault. Before that was Lotus F1 team, but it was Lotus Renault essentially, rather than just the original Lotus company. And then before that was Renault. Then before that Benetton, and before that was Tolman. And that's the history of that team. So if you wanted to do yeah, I mean, I get, but I mean, if the plan is to do lots of liveries going forward, I'm just wondering whether or not they should be assigned to us, to specific teams rather than trying to put multiple versions of the same car on different teams. So with Lotus, it kind of makes sense replacing Mercedes because Mercedes was Brawn, and then Honda, and then BAR before that. And BAR didn't come into existence until '99. So there was like a 5-year gap between Lotus going out of business and BAR coming into existence. So putting that team on as a previous version for Mercedes kind of makes sense. Because then if you wanted to do a historical run from year to year to year, then you could retire the Lotus team and replace it with BAR down the line, and then that becomes Honda, and then that becomes Brawn, and then that becomes Mercedes. How would you fit Fonbatal in? Well, this is the thing. I mean, I'm trying to remember which team Fonbatal was. I think Fonbatal was just a title sponsor for a couple of seasons. Schumacher has made it through. We've got still just those 2 penalties. We're going to take the mods out and put the proper liveries back in. So let's close down and let's take that and that and that and that and that and that and that. We'll take those out and let's put those back in. There we go. Yes, Minardi. Minardi had a Fonbatal partnership for a couple of years. Thank you. And they are a direct lineage to VCarb. Yeah, Racing Bulls were RB, and before that AlphaTauri, before that Toro Rosso, and before that Minardi. It's going to make me fit. Oh, wow. A chassis, a rear wing, a suspension, a gearbox, all completely totaled. Engine and ERS both knackered up badly. Dear, oh dear. Just then I have to replace an underfloor here. And luckily, I do have a spare underfloor. Woo. Wrong thing. Go. Let's do an outlap or first lap on those tyres. Now I have to see if I can fix this car. I do at least have another Mark III chassis, so I'm not going to get a penalty for that. Rear wing, fuck. I'm going to have the rear wing on the next day, but I don't have it here. So that's now going to be a pit lane start. I think it's going to be that for changing an engine part anyway. And I'm going to have to go back. Again, I might have a suspension for race day, I'm not sure. We killed 2 gearboxes in as many races. That is bad. Really bad. And oh my god, that was a really good ERS. And now it's shit. Jensen's car has just literally fallen to pieces. Wow. Yeah, he's going to have a horrible Grand Prix. Do you think the trick is made to have the 11 teams you want to see? Yeah, I mean, like I say, I mean, I love the liveries. It's just I do feel that some of them have been put onto the wrong car. Like, for example, you've put the Jordan livery on the Alpine car, but then it can't run at the same time as any other car from that era. Whereas it should be on the Aston, because that's how that team actually started. They came into existence in '91 as Jordan, then became Midland, then Spyker, then Force India, then Racing Point, and then Aston Martin, which is what they are now. But the '91 Jordan that you've done as an Alpine clashes with the fact that it should be a Benetton in 1991. If that makes sense. It just means that, Leighton House. Leighton House was the March team, which started back in 1970 and then disappeared in 92. So there would need to be thought as to which team replaces which, and I can quite happily sit down and work out which teams to put in as very specific ones, and then maybe create other liveries as creator team liveries for very short-lived teams, potentially. But I mean, I'm happy to sit down and try and figure all that out for you and give you a whole list of different ones to work with. You did Brabham as well. I'm not seeing which car you've decided to put that on yet, but I mean, Brabham again ran for 30 years, 31 years, 62 to 92, and then just collapsed in 92. A lot of teams ended around the early 90s. Some after just a couple of seasons, some after many years, some after a couple of decades. But yeah, a lot of teams just went out of business in the 90s. But I'm more than happy to sit down and figure out which liveries need to overwrite which in-game team for you. I don't know if that's going to create a huge amount of extra work, because it might change the livery on the base model. Because I know that some of them have got different base models, but you know, up to you. Evening, Johnny. Evening, Nexus. Evening, Army. I didn't message you on Saturday. Yeah, it's funny. I was sat there on Saturday with my PC switched on, watching Discord to see if you were going to come online from 4 till 6, and I figured you weren't around because I didn't see you come online. So I figured you'd message me when you came online. So we were both waiting for each other to message them. And yeah, in the end, I just ended up getting an early night because I was tired. I realised that when I saw your follow-up message a couple of days, was it, Sunday evening. Right, Grosjean on a lap. Lotus is quick this season. Goes P3. He's a second slower than his teammate. Verne pops into P5. Rosberg's had a horrible first sector. Oh, he's stuck behind. He's stuck behind Alonso. It looks like he's a whole bunch of traffic he's been stuck behind. Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. He's had to work his way through all of those guys. Through that first sector where overtaking is pretty much impossible. No wonder his first sector was... It's 3.5 seconds off the pace. Hamilton is much quicker. Vettel also looking quick. Just a little bit ahead, just a corner or two ahead. He exits Spoon. There was Hamilton just appearing in the shot. Vettel goes purple in the middle sector. He's been so strong this year, hasn't he? He's been unstoppable. He's a couple of tenths up on Hamilton. This to go top. And it is top, but not by much. 0.08 of a second. There's Hamilton 2.5 tenths away in third place, just ahead of Webber. Alonso and Massa, both with a 31.1 in the first sector. It's not as quick as it could be. And they're both getting caught with some traffic here as well. Where would I put Lotus? I need to sit down and figure it out. Exactly which teams to go where. But there are some teams that are definitely viable for replacing. Mercedes is a decent shout because, as I say, you've got that gap between when Lotus went bust and when Honda, well, BAR came in of a few years. So you could do all the Lotus mods over Mercedes. And we could put Mercedes aside as Lotus, because Lotus ran for decades. So there's a whole host of, classic Lotus cars that could be made. The only one that's completely untouchable is Ferrari. Ferrari's the only team that has been there right from the very beginning. Braun came from Honda. So you had BAR start in 1999. And then they were bought out by Honda. And then Honda pulled out at the end of 2008 and sold the team to Ross Brawn for £1. Who then went on to win the championship. And then Brawn sold the team to Mercedes. And so Mercedes, spawned from Brawn. Going to need to think about going out soon, but I want to try and make sure we get a clean run. So we've got Verne on an outlap, who's still in the first sector. We've got Hulkenberg on an outlap, Grosjean and Sutil. Let's send Schumacher now. Williams is a strange one because Williams has actually been two separate teams. Williams, as we know it, started in 1978. But there was Frank Williams Racing before that, which was a separate team. But yeah, Williams has been around since 1978. So, with that in mind, what you could do... No, you couldn't. There's an overlap. I was thinking you could maybe do Fittipaldi Automotive, the Kopasuka, as a replacement for Williams, but there's an overlap because Fittipaldi was around from 75 to 82. So there's a 5-season overlap there, 78, 79, 80, 81 and 82. Grosjean's looking mighty quick. Getting a nice little slipstream here off the back of Sutil. Yeah, I'll plot everything out like a timeline for each team, and then I'll email it over to you. So Grosjean goes up to second by just 8 thousandths of a second. Time for Schumacher to start his lap. Gets out of the way. Don't think we lost any time. It's not the best first sector, 31.2. Vettel unable to improve, but did pump in a mighty final sector. 37.0, it's not great. It should be just enough to get through. And it is 1.199 off, but it is quicker than Verne and quicker than Massa. Verne gets bumped out. Massa about to start his lap. Gutierrez could knock us out. Rosberg goes to P6. We are in the drop zone. In the danger zone, sorry. We are quicker than Gutierrez, but Massa might knock us out. There's a couple of slow, well, no, there's a slow car in front of him. It's a Red Bull. It's got to be Vettel. It's not the same Aston Martin, but yeah. Yeah, Aston were around in the early days. A lot of teams, you know, that you've probably never heard of were around in the early days. It gets really confusing when you try to look into some teams' history. Because... Oh, shit. Massa does improve. Schumacher's out in 11th, so we miss out on Q3. We are out of qualifying with both cars now. Sutil and Hulkenberg, a Force India and a Sauber, have both gone quicker than us. That is not ideal. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. All right, let's see. He's stuck it on pole. It's Webber. Webber starting on pole ahead of Vettel, so an all Red Bull front row. Grosjean has qualified third, but has a 3-place penalty at least. So that will bump him down theoretically to 6th place, promoting Rosberg, Alonso and Raikkonen. Then it'll be Grosjean, then Hamilton, Massa, Hulkenberg and Sutil. Schumacher will start 11th. Van der Gaard has his penalty. Jensen will have to start from the pit lane after rebuilding his car with different spec parts. Not a great looking weekend for us here.
It won't be long before we get underway here in Japan with 53 figure-of-8 laps around this historic circuit.
Anything can happen at Suzuka, as Kimi Raikkonen proved in 2005. The Finn battled all the way from 17th to win. Will we see a similar show of will and talent today, I wonder?
Drivers will battle it out this weekend on the snaking turns of Suzuka, the only figure-of-8 track in Formula One. High-speed downforce will be the name of the game here, if teams want to secure a place on that podium. It's race day, with the teams and drivers ready and raring to go.
F1 changed from team engine sponsor team to sponsor team engine. It's not so much that, it's that they also allow teams to sell chassis naming rights. So you get teams that are the name of a manufacturer that has absolutely no input or anything to do with that team whatsoever. They just bought the name of the chassis, like Alfa Romeo did for Sauber. That was just a chassis naming thing. Alfa themselves had no input on the team whatsoever. Aston Martin don't actually have anything to do with the Aston Martin F1 team. It's a naming thing. You know, it's annoying. There we go. So, Jensen down to 22nd. However, I might now be able to actually switch out a couple of these extra parts again. There we go. We can actually put him on the most up-to-date spec chassis because the new one's ready. I've got a spare front wing. Don't have another rear wing, though, so it's still on the older rear wing. Underfloor wasn't changed. It was suspension, and I still don't have a spare suspension there. So, okay. We need to choose the strategy. Can I make that work? Maybe. Bring about maybe that as well. If I were to go with that, would that be any better than looking at that? Well, that is definitely quicker, isn't it? I think I'd rather start on the mediums, given that that's where the main bulk of the hot weather is going to be, and then go soft, soft. Let's try that. And for Jensen, starting from the back, we're going to need that extra grip to punch through. So we'll start on the softs there. Let's take a couple of laps of fuel out, because there may well be a safety car here. And we're not going to go crazy at the start. Just going to see what happens. So, there we go. Strategies, tyres, all that good stuff. That's all set and prepped. The start of the Japanese Grand Prix is next.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. Many people here and at home are wondering what the Haas driver can do.
While I imagine many are looking at the other end of the grid, I'm keen to see what they can achieve from P19.
But remember, anything can happen in Formula One. The drivers are warmed up. They're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Let me stop trying to jinx my drivers. A lot of people starting on softs. We've got Grosjean on hards, Alonso, Massa, Schumacher, Ricciardo, Heat and Bianchi starting on mediums. But everybody else on the soft tyres. Just need to weather the storm for the next couple of laps before we try and pick our way through a little bit. We've got a yellow flag already. Maldonado's off. Locking up at the second Degner. Gutierrez overtakes Schumacher.
Now let's take a look here at turn 10. There's the opening. And that move puts them in 21st.
And Resta gets through.
Look. Here we've got the Aston Martin.
So that's us down to 13th now.
And they squeeze by.
I'm kind of biding my time a little bit here.
Past.
Why did I not go hard tyres for Button? Because I need to have that grip to punch through. Otherwise, he's going to lose so much time.
Okay, use deploy. Yes, use the chance now.
He's already going to lose a ton of time stuck behind slower cars. If I then compound it by doing a strategy that's like 10 to 12 seconds slower on top, then it just makes his chance of getting into the points all but impossible.
Maximum PU cooling.
Ooh, nearly up the inside there at 130R. That would have been something special. Oh, Jensen, why are you backing out? Oh God, Maldonado's there as well. No wonder.
There are opportunities ahead.
Let's get the slipstream.
Pick and clear air if you can.
Way through. Right, time to be a little bit more aggressive now with Schumacher.
We can use the pace now.
There we go. Finish down. Caterham doing all right. Yeah, Caterham's really leapt forward in the last few races. Like insanely high development because of the way the rule set is, with everyone having staggered wind tunnel allowances. That's not how it should be. That's something that I would change if I was going to do this series again. Is put them all on a flat rate of development.
Just be mindful of curves. Pack is low.
Right, so Jensen's through. Let's go back to Schumacher.
And recharge should be on.
Places on the circuit to try and get an overtake through 220R into Spoon. Because you can usually get a really good deployment launch out of the hairpin. Go on, be brave on the inside. Yes, there we go. Mehmet. Everything in front of me is quicker, over a single lap maybe. Not necessarily, you know, over a race distance. I'm trying to remember what year that was. I'm trying to remember if it was 2014 or not. I know it's at Hockenheim, that much I do remember. Fernando is faster than you. Please confirm. Yeah, I went to Williams with Massa. It can't have been 2014. It must have been, I don't know, maybe 2012. Button's passed another one.
Look at the McLaren driver here. The gap opens
Massa.
up for them.
No, I think Massa started at Sauber, if memory serves. He was a Ferrari junior.
And that
Sauber
sees them
had
move up into 18.
links with Ferrari. They were using Ferrari engines at the time. Oh, Rob Smedley. I don't know. I don't know where he started. hope is that with these guys squabbling away, they're going to lose. They're not going to pay enough attention, and I'm going to be able to sneak on through. Enough for one opportunity here, maybe. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Dad jokes back. Dear oh dear. There's a risk we might get picked off here by the rest. I'm hoping the DRS and slipstream will be enough to keep us ahead. And it is. Good. We'll just have to let let Schumacher rebuild a little bit.
How's this tyre?
We're going to box
You can start pushing.
a little earlier with Jensen. Up his pace a little bit and go for an undercut. Close in on Valtteri now. And he's slipped away from Van der Gaard since Van der Gaard got past him. Matt Caterham is definitely quicker than it should be right now. A lot quicker.
Use the overtake button. Let's try and push up.
come on, Jensen. Well, you've already kind of done the Caterham, really, haven't you? You've done a Team Lotus. Oh, sorry, a Lotus Racing from 2010. Absolute commitment here, please, Jensen. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Recharge on.
Welcome back, Nexus.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Too late. He's going to lose a ton of time.
Okay, recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
Let's go back to Schumacher. How are we looking on tyres here? We can be a little bit more aggressive while the clouds are out. So, 10 laps down. Webber leads Vettel. Rosberg in third. Raikkonen fourth. Hamilton in fifth. Then it's Alonso, Grosjean, Massa, Hockenberg and Sutil. That's the top 10. Gutierrez is 11th, just in front of Schumacher. Then we've got De Resta a couple of seconds behind us. Ricciardo, Verne, Van der Gaard, Bottas. Then Button down in 18th place. Charles Pic 19th, 20th for Maldonado, 21st for Bianchi, and 22nd for Chilton. Bianchi is ahead of his teammate for the first time in quite some time.
We are ready for you.
Well, those two are fighting. There isn't really a way through, so we may as well harvest some battery.
How's the tyre?
Yeah, I started watching in the late 80s, so I grew up on Murray and James Hunt as the commentators. Gutierrez has finally got past Sutil, so this might be Schumacher's chance. Yeah, former world champion, James Hunt. There we go, that's the commitment I wanted to see from Button earlier and didn't. Schumacher through. Jensen will be boxing in a couple of laps.
tyre management. Everything's good.
I mean, that's not the main reason. It's not. Well, it's partly the reason why they got rid of refueling. It was partly down to safety, but it was also cost as well. It's considerably more expensive to have F1 cars with refueling rigs than it is to just have a slightly bigger fuel tank.
Use overtake. Cool the car.
Come on, Jensen. Ah, look at Bottas just blocking the road like that. Cheeky.
Maximum PU cooling.
How much is left on those tyres? Yeah. Then we'll box this at the end of this lap. Hopefully,
Box this lap.
ahead of Valtteri. Oh, they got the inside. There you go. Push him on the grass. That'll do. Lovely stuff.
Recharge on.
Nice little extra boost of confidence again, right before the pit stop. When did VW buy Porsche? Sometime in the 90s, I think, or was it the early 2000s? I think it was in the 90s. No, they still are with VW. Or they're still owned by VW. Right, into the pits we come. Sotil is boxed ahead of us. There he is. No, as far as I know, it's still owned by VW. I mean, when Audi were going to come in, Porsche were negotiating a partnership with Red Bull, and they were trying to get both brands were Volkswagen brands. So unless they've sold the team in the last. Well, sold the company in the last few years, then as far as I know, they are still part of the Volkswagen group.
Recharge on.
It wasn't so much that they pulled out, the negotiations fell through because Porsche wanted more than just a naming deal. They wanted, and to be an engine supplier, they wanted ownership in the team. They wanted a 50-50 ownership, and Red Bull were not going to do that. So the deal collapsed. Into the pits comes Paul di Resta in the second of the two Force Indias. And he comes out just behind his teammate and just in front of Jensen.
Overtake available.
Now we're looking to work the undercut. That's because Audi bought Sauber outright. Sauber, a much smaller entity than Red Bull. Sauber, a small independent team. Red Bull owned by a massive multinational conglomerate. And they did not need the money. They just wanted an engine partner. They did not want co-owners of the team. Plus, Porsche is a much smaller brand financially than Audi. Plus, Sauber were looking to sell. Red Bull aren't.
Recharge on.
Couple more laps for Schumacher. This is in. No. It depends. I mean, the way you look at Bugatti make, insanely powerful hypercars in extremely limited quantities and not really much else anymore. Audi make much more money. Bugatti wouldn't be able to do the things they were doing. They do if they were not owned by Volkswagen because of the costs. Right, next lap for Schumacher. Need to start thinking about fuel saving soon. We haven't had a VSC or a safety car yet. comes Van der Gaard. We should be jumping him here with Jensen. Something very wrong if we don't. We're into the triangle now, out through the final curve onto the main straight. Oh, it's a bad stop. It's a bad stop. We go through anyway. Valtteri in the background, who has some damage, and I don't know if that's engine damage or if he's damaged his underfloor. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the underfloor when we pushed him off the grass, off the track onto the grass through the exit of turn 2. Right, here we go with Schumacher's stop. The fact that Saubers haven't stopped yet leads me to think that they might be going for a one stop. Oh, nice stop, 2.3 seconds. It's going to be tight with the Force Indias. Quickest stop of the race. Ah, damn it. Satil got out just in front of us. That's going to be a pain. We need to clear him quickly. Should be miles in front of the rest. Not really. Ferrari finished this season 3rd in the Constructors, if memory serves. Or are you talking actual cars?
Pick clear air if you can.
Come on, Jensen, you should have been able to get through that. That's worrying that you didn't.
Recharge on.
Right, we pick up with Schumacher through the Senna S's, through Dunlop. I missed the days and there was a Dunlop bridge on that corner. Oh, safety car. God damn it, it comes right at the worst possible time. I've just stopped.
Looks like it's the Aston Martin involved in that.
Oh, it's Duresta. Okay, that's one less Force India to deal with. I think I have to box Jensen now. Question is, mediums or hards? I think it's got to be hards. I've just boxed Schumacher. I can't box him again. I would just completely kill his race. So we'll stay out with Schumacher. But Jensen, we will box, put him on hard tyres, see if we can then go to the end.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now we're down at turn 9. And unable to do anything about
The problem
that
with
crash.
Ferrari is
And
that
they'll definitely be facing a few
Ferrari.
questions from the team after that.
they have a unique Italian
And just like
arrogance
that, the
about them,
hopes of the team start to dwindle.
that they think the team should be Italian through and through, and it doesn't work. Their best period was when the Italians had very little to do with actually running the team, and that was the Schumacher era, when they had Jean Todt, Ross Brawn and Rory Byrne along with Schumacher. None of them were Italian. Yeah, they lifted the trophy in 2007, but they got very lucky. That's basically because McLaren imploded. With the whole Hamilton-Alonso thing.
Okay, we'll box this lap, box this lap.
And they still had a few holdovers from the end of the Schumacher era. I mean, they won the Constructors' Championship. They didn't win the Drivers' title, but they won the Constructors' title in 2005. The leaders are in. They're an absolute mile away from us. Any chance we had of actually getting undercuts on some of these guys, it's gone out the window, unfortunately. Last Ferrari Constructors win was 08. Was that the year that McLaren were thrown out, or was that Spygate was 2008, wasn't it? And I think they got thrown out that year rather than the year before. Yeah, 07 was when Spygate took place, but I don't think they actually settled Spygate until 08. I was trying to remember if it was the 08 season that they were disqualified from, or if it was the 07 season. Might even have been both. I know they had a $100 million fine that was later
Currently, that is P7.
brought down to $50 million.
Next car is
On
Bottas.
appeal. Oh yeah,
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape.
was
Keep
not
the
the
tyre in
greatest.
good shape.
It was actually he was doing the post-race interviews at Canada this weekend. It's the first time I've seen Kovalainen in years. All right, the field is starting to form up. We are going to pop a quick timeout. Just me a chance to go grab a drink, and we'll be back in just a second. Field has been brought back together again. We do have a lapped car, well, 2 lap cars actually, the 2 Marussias. There's Chilton, there's Bianchi, a couple of cars back. There's a Ferrari and a Lotus in between them. Both of those will need to be released. Everybody else is on the lead lap. Yeah, Kovalainen was a decent mid-card driver, a mid-tier driver. He was not top driver. Either. Which Senna? Ayrton or Bruno?
Lapped cars can overtake.
Chilton is through. Yankee still trying to get through. And there we go. He now gets past the safety car. We now have spare fuel. That did take a couple of laps out. We might go racing at the end of this lap. We might have to go another one. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out soon. About halfway down the straight here is where the split time is, and that's where we'll get the notification. Going racing. Doesn't look like it. Looks like another lap. Vettel's lost out in the pits, having to stack behind Webber, and that's allowed Rosberg and Raikkonen to move ahead of him. That'll be my guess. Let's see. If we look at lap history. Yeah. He lost that stacking in the pits. He was second going in, came out fourth. Synchronized weaving going on. So we're just about halfway through this Grand Prix, lap 26 and a half of 53 laps. We should be going racing at the end of this lap. There's even a chance that Chilton and Bianchi might just catch the back of the train. Should be coming in any moment. There we go.
Okay, safety car will end this lap. You'll need to use overtake to get full deploy. Use the tyre. Use the pace now. Safety car is entering now. Reminder that overtaking is from the line.
Oh, Lee Maurice's just made it. I don't know if this has appeal a football team livery league. That actually was a thing, very briefly. I think it was what we actually talked about it a couple of days ago. It was around in 2010, 2011. Premier or something like that. I forget what it was called, but you know, a few clubs, quite a few clubs, including Liverpool, Barcelona, some other teams. I forget exactly which ones. They were all signed up, and then a couple of years later, most of them had gone. They dropped out.
DRS enable.
Yeah, we were talking about that last week. Would it be worth doing as a mod? No, I don't think so. I mean, the series only lasted a couple of years and then went bankrupt. It's a novelty maybe, but I wouldn't expect many people to be all that interested in it. It wasn't linked to Formula One, it was a completely independent category, and so it did not last very long. And most of the big names that did sign up were gone within a couple of years.
Charge on.
Yeah, here we go. It was Premier 1 Grand Prix. Was the series. It did not last very long at all. Well, the initial version of it, the initial attempt to get off and running was Premier 1 Grand Prix. It kept getting put back a year, and then it just collapsed in 2000 because it was put forward in 2001 as an idea. They drew up a calendar for 2002, then it got pushed back to 2004, and it just collapsed in 2003 without having held a single race. But there was one that did get off the ground several years later. Oh shit, wrong button. There we go. Super League Formula. There we go. It started in 2008, and I think by 2011 it was gone. Yeah, 2011 was the final season, and it was gone by 2012. Only did 4 seasons. Does Aston Martin carry its stats over from 1959? No, separate entity. So the original Aston Martin was actually Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin of today is not the actual company. It's just a naming deal.
Use overtake.
There we go. Schumi is through. I don't know how many of these cars in front need to stop again. Hopefully more than just 1 or 2. Evening, Joe.
Let's attack.
Can't believe I'm stuck behind Valtteri
Tyre temperatures
Bottas
look
again.
good.
And can't get past him
Next
again.
car is Bottas. Deep breath, you're going to be okay. Pack is low.
All right, there we go. Oh, come on. You were side by side going into the corner and then you backed out. Right, have a go at the chicane.
We think there's still opportunities.
Backs out again. And now I'm out of battery, aren't I? God damn it. Jensen is just not having a good weekend at all here.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Will I be doing a run on the updated 2026 mod? Yes. That'll be starting next week. Rosberg has an issue. Oh, Hamilton's got one as well now. Well, that's quite a serious one. And we're actually going to hear what it is.
A lot of D-rates.
A lot of D-rates. So, engine problem. Actually, now might be battery. Might be.
Next car is Bottas. 0.9. There's still opportunities here. Okay, let's see if we can get
This
past.
time, please, Jensen.
He has DRS. Recharge on. Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Start harvesting some battery for Schumacher because we're going to have to stop him in a few laps. We have 20 laps remaining, including the one that we're on. No, I said we're not going as Cadillac because we've just done a 6-season series with Cadillac. We're probably going to start with Aston Martin. Oh my God, Jensen. How are you still not past Valtteri?
.4. No harm done.
This is getting ridiculous. Let's try and get him
Let's keep
from
pushing.
220
Cars
up,
ahead.
out of the hairpin.
Overtake available.
Hopefully we can catch him napping this lap.
Any feedback on these tyres?
Maximum
Right,
PU
maybe on the
cooling.
exit of the spoon.
slow.
Oh, God, this is so annoying. Jensen is just incapable of doing anything.
Recharge on.
Maldonado's in the pits. He's going to undercut me at this rate.
Plenty to play for.
No, I'm not boxing button, so he's not going to undercut me. But I mean, he's. This is silly. This is ridiculous. Oh, yellow flag. Is it a safety car? Ah, no. It's just Bianchi
Now with the Haas.
doing a little bit of lawn mowing.
Oh, we've seen a few
Through
go
the
off
centre
the
S's.
track there. They've got to be careful and watch the car there.
Massa into the pits. I'm going to box Schumacher at the end of the lap. Van der Gaard is in. Hey, Valtteri's in, finally.
Got to
Charles
recharge
Pic
on.
closing in on the back of my car. Oh dear. At least Massa's out behind Jensen.
Overtake available.
There's Valtteri. The target for Jensen was 13th for today. He might actually be in with a shout of doing that now. Tyres have just popped out of the window and they're still cooling down. I'm going to have to turn them back up again. Schumacher's tyres are dead as Ricciardo's right onto the back of us. Let's see if he boxes with us. No, he's going around again. Rosberg struck all the way down to fifth. Another good stop for Schumacher, another 2.3. Jensen goes through, he's now into 13th, but that's not ideal because that means Schumacher's never going to hit 10th. Closing in on Verne. Took
Tyres
1.5
are reaching
seconds
the
out of
upper end
Verne
of
on
the
that last
temperature window.
lap.
Tyre temperatures have been good.
We have pace. Well, what's pace? We have some pace with Jensen in clean air. But the second we get into dirty air, it all
There are
falls apart.
opportunities ahead.
As we saw with his inability to get past Valtteri Bottas. So trying to get through.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Oh, and this time he does go flying through. So he's going to be catching up to Jensen very quickly. Took another 0.8 of a second out of Verne on that last lap. Probably going to start losing a little bit of time. Going defensive to try and keep Massa behind. That's going to be tricky given he's on
We don't want to lose too much
very
time.
fresh, soft tyres and in a much better car than us. But we'll hold him up as much as we can.
Use overtake.
See if we have a little squirt of battery here to try and get a better exit as well. And we're going to start to absolutely go for it now with Schumacher.
Recharge on.
Oh, Massa just diving up the inside into the first Degner. That is brave and beautifully pulled off as well, annoyingly. That was a lovely move.
And reminder for recharge.
It's just a shame we were on the receiving end of it. Well be fastest lap here. It is 128.5. Woo. Our best before that was a 130.9, so yeah, much better lap. Fault for Ricardo. It's another car in front that will lose some pace as a result. This time. There's a good slipstream. Stick it up the inside. Yes! Here we go. got some decent pace now, but the question is it too much to do in too little time? I think it probably is. Really need that big front wing for the extra downforce. We really need to replace all those spare parts that got broken. Oh, Alonso's in. That is a long way ahead. He's going to be out way before we get through. And if he's in, it means that we might see others boxing as well. Not a good stop for Alonso. He's going to come out behind Hulkenberg and Gutierrez, ahead of Ricciardo. There is Ricciardo.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Jensen.
Need to push.
Lift off end of straight. Recharge on is good.
10 laps to go, and quite a few places to make up. Charles Pic dives into the pits from behind us. What's happening to Dino Beganovic? I don't know. Here's the honest answer to that.
Pack is high.
No! I was just about to get at least one overtake.
Safety car deployed. Safety car. Recharge on.
Delta close to 0. Keep as much temperature in these as possible.
That's the second Degner.
That's
And you can just feel the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
We may as well box Jensen for a brand new set of soft tyres. Or do I? Yeah, might as well. Schumacher will keep out. Sauber's going to box. There's big gaps, unfortunately.
Box
So
this lap.
we might hear from Valtteri.
so unlucky.
So yeah, Ricciardo, Gutierrez, Hulkenberg all getting to box.
There's a car hit the barriers. I believe everyone is okay. Just check the debris as you go through there.
Interesting. Satil box. Chance that we might beat him in the pits. Nope.
That's 9
It's going to be
laps to go.
tight. It's going to be tight. Yeah! We just got out in front of Maldonado. That could have been bad if we hadn't managed that.
9 laps to go from here.
It's going to be
Key thing is
9.
to
Well,
keep
it's
the
going
tyre in
to
good
be
shape.
all
Keep the
out
tyre in
attack
good
for
shape.
Jensen. So Vettel does box, and so does Hamilton. And Grosjean. He's getting held for Grosjean. No changes in position. And they are a long way ahead of Alonso. There's Alonso just appearing at the very, very edge of the screen. And the leaders have been picked up by the safety car, so they have lost an opportunity to box. All of a sudden, this puts Vettel in a very strong position. Brand new soft tyres. A potentially slightly wounded Rosberg, and then Raikkonen and Webber on old mediums. This is going to be yet another win for Vettel. It's hard to overtake here, especially with realistic racing, so despite that massive offset of tyres, he's not necessarily going to be able to make it through all three of them in the few laps that we'll actually get racing. Is everybody still on the lead lap? No. Bianchi is a long way down again. Chilton's on the lead lap. There he is. But Bianchi isn't. So we are going to have, a car getting unlapped again. So this is going to be another few laps of safety car. Yeah, we're going to take another quick ad break. And we'll see what happens. Foamy, which model are you using to design the liveries? Because they're all different. If you're using the My Team livery, the My Team car to design the liveries, I'm not surprised that they don't look right when you load them in on a different car. Actually show you the differences. We'll take a look at Sharp Peak. This is the My Team car. So you can see with like the vents up here, and then sort of an exploding out area here for the exhaust area, and the shape of that side pod. And then the Aston is Force India. Has, I think, narrower exit here. It does look like it's shaped a little bit differently. And then take a look at, say, the Toro Rosso. Not all the teams have unique cars, I don't think, but Toro Rosso definitely looks a little bit different, and the Rebel is very much different, as is the Mercedes and the McLaren. The McLaren has a huge louver vents on the side of the car. So depending on which model you're designing the template on, and then, you know, transferring it to a different different team, that might explain why the liveries don't line up properly. Rosberg's car's got worse. Just noticed that. It's gone orange. That's going to make Vettel's life even easier. Starting to wonder if I should have actually just kept Jensen out. What are we on now? 48. So if we box at the end of this lap, which I don't think he will, that would mean 5 racing laps. I think we're going to get another lap behind the safety car yet. It means we're only going to have 4 laps to get Schumacher up 2 places. Verne should be easy to pick off, given that he stayed out on old mediums. And Button, I don't know if I can get him up 3 places or not. Probably not. I mean, I figured you knew, Foamy. I was just trying to come up with a possible explanation. Just trying to go down a mental checklist of things that might have caused it. So we are going to have another lap behind the safety car.
Fuel is okay.
Fuel is insane. I should have taken more fuel out.
Tyre looks stable.
Yeah, on the Camel Lotus, it was just showing the carbon fibre underneath for the writing.
Safety car will
Right,
be in
here we
this
go. Back underway
For the
with an
restart, we
insanely
just use overtake
stupid amount
and
of
half
fuel.
throttle.
And tyres that will go the
Keep chipping away.
distance with some degree of comfort for Schumacher and no issues at all for Jensen. Let's see if we can actually... Oh, great. His ERS is
Use
broken.
deploy.
What the hell? This is cursed, this save file. Absolutely
car.
cursed. Gotta wait for my ERS to
Tyre
reboot.
overtaking. Copy, we're monitoring.
I see that in the data.
Right, come on, pull this move off around Massa. Yes! No! Come on! Squeeze him out! There we go. Ooh, no! No! Come on, make the move already. Oh no. God damn it. It's going to be just one of those days again.
We think there's still opportunities here.
Maldonado gets past Jensen because his ERS hasn't even halfway rebooted yet. Oh, so painful. Oh, I'm losing so much time with Jensen. Yes, I guessed that when I counted how many cars were in the pack. I guess that's why he called it 0.7. All right, come on, Schumacher. Yes. That's 10th. That's the target, and it's a point. It's still going to be a grumpy board, but we are into the points. Just 2 laps to go, and we're out of battery. And Jensen's battery still has not finished rebooting. And once again, he is stuck behind a slow Williams.
Gap 0.7. No harm done.
Plenty of harm done. I beg to differ there.
How's the tyre?
Oh, come on, I'm going to have 1 lap, maybe, of battery. Vettel is all over the back of Raikkonen, but Raikkonen is still in the DRS and slipstream of Webber. Hamilton down to 7th, he's struggling. There we go, battery's on. Rocket launcher attack. Come on. Come on.
Clear air if you can.
Hoping for one last Hail Mary overtake.
Cool and calm.
Ah. Such a short run to the line. There we go. The 20... Oh, you're kidding me. The game just crashed. We might have to do that whole race again. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to do the whole thing again. Well, I'm game if you guys are. Wow. Okay. Crazy long stream coming up. I'm going to change the strategy. Might as well take advantage of what we learnt. From that run. No guarantee that we're going to get any of those safety cars or faults or anything like that. But it takes 3 laps out. Because if we do get a safety car, it's going to... You know, just one safety car is going to wipe out the fuel issues. Don't think I can pull off one stop. Well, I might be able to. It's tight. It's only 3 seconds slower. Let's give it a go. All right. Let's try this again, shall we? Evening, Jellyfan.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here. The drivers are warmed up, they're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
What a strange stream this has been. And this time Schumacher gets the jump on Sutil off the line. We didn't last time because we didn't use battery at the start. A few more cars on medium tyres this time.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
He's currently leading the championship, Seb, by a long way. He's been pretty much unstoppable this year. Red Bull have been dominant in the constructors as well.
Overtake available. Okay, maximum pace. Cool the car.
Right, so we've got Button past Bianchi. Chilton next. We'll get him on this lap as well, I hope. Oh! has damaged its underfloor somehow. I wonder if he cut corner at Degner. Or went wide on the exit of Degner. Degner 2 to be precise. No, not that. That. Oh, it's still in clean air. Shit. Let's turn that off. Yellow flag out there. It's Vettel again.
Currently yellow flags.
Let's
Big
take a
lock up
closer
for
look.
Vettel. Oh, well,
Here
maybe
we
he's
are
not
then
going to
at
win this
turn
one.
15.
Well, he wasn't going to win the last one, but
And the car just locks.
he was going to
And
get a
hopefully
podium.
There's not too much
That's not
damage
gonna
to
happen
the
this time.
tyres.
He's going to drop all the way to the back.
Let's have a look at that. Let's follow the drivers then through turn 16. And that's where they slightly run off the track. Well, hopefully not a sign.
Bit of an understatement there. Button is past Chilton. Very nice. Tyres just dipping out of the window. Welcome back, Army. So, not only has Seb damaged his underfloor, but he has also massively taken a big bite out of those tyres with that lockup and dropped all the way to the back of the grid as well. His afternoon is going to be very different from what it was about an hour ago. 2 hours ago when we first started this race. How's the race going? Well, it crashed. The checker flag came out and then it crashed. So we got to redo the whole thing. So we're only on lap 5. Well, we're about to be on lap 5. Now we're on lap 5.
Recharge on.
This has been annoying. Yeah, a bit frustrating, but it wasn't a particularly good race for us. So, I mean, it's given us a kind of a get out of jail free as far as Jensen's concerned, because, yeah, it's not been a good race weekend at all. And we've got a chance for Schumacher to maybe do something a little bit better. We've got him into P10. Van der Gaard's off. At hairpin.
Here we are then
I
at the
think
11th
he's
corner.
put it in the wall as well.
Just flies
Yep.
into that crash. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's Jensen at the
There's a
P18.
car in the barriers. Could be a debris.
And we're about to attack his teammate.
Okay, use deploy.
Alright, come on, Sharpie. Let me through. Coming from a long way
Max,
back.
looking you calling.
too far back. Couldn't make it stick. I'll try on the
Recharge
exit
on
of
is good.
the hairpin on the run through 220. Up to spoon.
Okay, push. Use overtake.
Right, lining him up. Vettel is right behind us.
Pick clear air if you can.
Ah, damn it. Jensen tried to go to the inside, which was never going to work, and then peak position the car to stop us from then trying to go to the outside line.
Pack is low.
Come on. Be brave, show commitment. Or not. Sometimes Jensen really pisses me off. Because he just backs out so many chances. I've got no battery, now Seb is going to have a run at me. And we are still just ahead. It's tight.
Recharge on.
Let's check in with Schumacher. Developing for Rosberg. We saw him have an escalating issue with his car on our first run. Starting early this time, it would seem. Seb goes flying through. I mean, we were never going to keep him behind long term, but I was hoping to keep him behind a little bit longer than that.
There's still opportunities here.
I don't think we can pull this strategy off. I think the tyre attempts are going to drop too much. Let's convert. Get ahead of Hulkenberg. That dirty air is going to hurt us. Slow us down too much. Close enough to put him into pressure. See if we can spook him into making a mistake.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
In the corners. Jensen through.
Overtake available. We can use the pace now.
Right, this time we got the run.
Cool the car.
Yeah, and he just parks his car right where we want to be.
Time management looks okay.
Yes, use the chance now.
Let's try and push up.
Come on, Jensen, I need to get this move done. Raikkonen gets past Alonso briefly. Jensen. Alright, this time we're alongside. Shouldn't even need to give you an instruction here. Come back at us. Got no battery left. Hold him off. Don't let him in. There we go. Now we are free and clear, I hope.
Key thing is to keep the
Still gonna be
tyre
a
in good
very
shape.
long
Keep the tyre
afternoon
in
for
good
Jensen.
shape.
Schumacher's lost any momentum that he had going forward. The problem with that caterer is it's still actually a pretty quick car. It's just in the hands of rubbish drivers in comparison to the rest of the grid. So development-wise, that car has taken a huge step forward. Yeah, in terms of development, they are currently 4th. Let's see. In terms of parts fitted, car 50, which I think is Van der Gaard. Is that car 50 or is that? Can't see from that angle. Yeah, car 50. That car is currently, out of the 22 that are running, I think is ranked 8th. Peaks is not so good. Peaks is down in 18th. But yeah, that's ranked 8th, Van der Gaard's car, in terms of what's fitted. We're ranked 11th and 12th. And Vettel's into the pits already. On for another set of soft tyres, so he's 2 stopping. And he'll split the Mauritius. We have now finally dropped Charles Peak. We can hopefully try and pull away a little bit now. Schumacher still kind of keeping touch with Hulkenberg. Despite the harvest. What I might be able to do is actually slow down Vettel a little bit when he comes back up towards Jensen again. Maybe not, given how quickly he got through last time, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that maybe we can just hold him up a little bit. Not for Button's sake, more for Schumacher's sake. Alright, 4 tenths out of Maldonado. We need to take a bit more than that out of him if we want to catch up to some of the cars in front of us. Just want to have a little bit of spare tyre before I turn that back up again. Welcome back, Mike. Yeah, the game crashed. We crossed the line. We had the little celebration animation, and then as we went to the leaderboards, it crashed. So it didn't register it as moving through to the next part and actually saving it. So yeah, have to rerun it. So we'll just keep going and do it all in one sitting rather than running it again tomorrow. That's a bit more like it. Back whack from Maldonado, 135.6. We took 1.2 seconds out of him that time. And we are edging away now from Charles Peak quite comfortably as well. Right, Schumacher is now pretty much topped up on battery. We'll be boxing him If not next lap, then the lap after. Might just box in next lap. How far ahead of Jensen is he? 22.5, 23 seconds. Don't know if that's going to be enough to get out in front of him. Might go one extra lap. Box him at the end of the next one. Getting closer and closer to Maldonado. Gap under 2 seconds now. Yeah, let's go soft tyres again. Finish on the mediums this time. Or maybe the hards if we get a safety car. Fuel is going to be more of a concern this time round. Because we took even more out, but you know, we had 2 safety cars last time and ended up massively overfueled. So if we get a safety car, then we're golden. If we get 2, we're going to be overfueled. Bad start for Valtteri. He will come out again, splitting those 2 Marussias. Gap to Jensen is 23 seconds still. It will be tight. Let's just give
Recharge on.
Slightly better chance for Schumacher getting out ahead. All right, here we go into the pits for Jensen, for Schumacher even. Satil boxing behind us as well. So if it is going to be tight with Schumacher, there's a chance Satil might come out behind him. We're getting held. 2.5 second stop isn't great. We were getting 2.3s last time. Didn't look to be a great stop for Satil either. There's a good chance Jensen will get him here. There is Jensen. Oh, can we get out in front of Maldonado? Please, please, please. No, no. Damn it. But we are in front of Satil with Jensen. That's good. It's an extra car that we can slow down and frustrate. And he'll be 2-stopping on that strategy. Get after it quick. Yankee into the pits. Come on, don't let him through. Gutierrez is into the pits. Oh, I was worried. No, I was just about to say I was worried about contact, and then we immediately got contact as soon as I finished. Finished about, thinking it.
Now I'm finding out what's happened
damn
here, and
Maldonado.
it looks to be the McLaren that's involved.
I was so worried about contact at that point, and we didn't get it there, but we did get it a corner later. Luckily, it didn't spin us out. Schumacher able to keep the back end under control. We better not get a penalty for that. And Button is ahead of Gutierrez. Lovely.
Recharge on.
Rosberg's fault gets worse. I don't know why I've clicked
But
it.
the car's definitely not happy.
No audio
Surely
for
some
Rosberg.
kind of fault. Now there's been an issue in the pits. Corinne Chandon, talk us through this one.
The Williams team
So
move into their
Maldonado
places.
boxed straight after that incident, changed his tyres
Hang
and
on,
his front
there's
wing,
an issue with the rear left tyre.
and he got away with having a bad tyre stop because of the wing change. Now I hope he gets a penalty to mess up his next stop. Right, we are 10 seconds behind Verne. Then it's De Resta, and then it's Ricciardo. We will undercut all three of those, so we are going to be back into P9. If we're really lucky, we might even get Hulkenberg. We're on those fresher tyres now, so theoretically our pace should be good. Here comes Gutierrez. He's going to punch through, isn't he? Nope, not today.
He's
Not this
overtake.
time round. The rest is into the pits. Put Schumacher back up another place, and should put Button up a place as well.
Has DRS, 1 second.
There we go. New fastest
Sorry,
lap for
Johnny.
Seb. Still down in P15. We're getting close again. He's only a couple of seconds behind us. Let's go into full defend mode now. Schumacher, meanwhile, did a 1:31.4. Only Seb was quicker on that last lap. Ah, God damn it. Look away for 2 seconds and Gutierrez is already through.
Use the overtake button.
I think we need to rename that the Overtake Jensen.
Pick clear air if you can.
Massa into the pits. I don't think we can cut him. But we'll deploy the battery just in case. Oh no, he's comfortably ahead, isn't he? He's going to come out between Ricciardo and Verne. Verne might get him. Nope, he gets out just in front of Verne. And Gutierrez is going to be too quick on those tyres for us to stay with him. As long as we can stay ahead of Still, who's got Vettel giving him some pressure, then that'll be good. So let's go back into top up. Battle assist.
Recharge on.
Still in always defend. Let's hold up those two. Back to Schumacher. Gap to Verne now just 5 seconds. We are flying up to the back of those guys at the moment. So we are just about very, very close, very tight to Hulkenberg, but on the pace difference at the moment, another lap or two, we will be inside Hulkenberg's pit window. And there goes Satil. Alright, we'll keep in defence so we can try and keep Seb behind.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
See that overtake. Did he
Now we
dive up
should
the
be able to
inside?
take a look here. Now look, here we head into turn 2.
Yeah,
There's the opening.
Just no defensive cover there from Jensen, maybe because of the proximity to Seb.
And the Aston Martin...
So this defence is not going to last very long, I don't think. Do what we can while we can. Raikkonen back ahead of Alonso again. Webber leads by 9 seconds from Rosberg. Hamilton's stuck behind his slower teammate. Can't find a way through. They are so close to each other through the S's. And is that Seb through? Yes, it is.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Due to stop in about 5 laps-ish. Might stretch a lap or two. Let's turn back to Schumacher as he's almost on the back of Verne now. Pressure up a little bit. Rocketed up to him down the exit of the second Degner there. Don't go for the inside, it's a trap. So then we get forced to stay on the inside. Becomes the outside through Spoon. Get him here though. Oh yeah, lovely commitment. Easily through.
Deep breath, you're going to be okay.
To rest his past Button as well. His tyres really starting to fade. I think just about inside Hulkenberg's pit window. He's going for one stop by the look of it.
Tyre management, everything's good.
How F1 Manager mods should you invest yourself? Some of the mods are amazing. They add so much to the game. I mean, this mod that we're running, the 2013 mod, adds, you know, a nice little slice of history. Full team rebranding. You know, there's only 11 teams though, not 12. Limitation of the game, unfortunately. So no HRT. But it's the 2013 season. All the teams have been reworked in the database, so they've got the correct drivers and staff for the period. For the most part, there's a couple of notable exceptions. All the liveries are the 2013 liveries. You know, it's a very nice little package mod. The 2026 mod that's just come out is superb. The 25 mod was fantastic as well. And then there's all the other little bits, so like having, you know, the expanded race leaderboard like this, and things like realistic racing adds so much more to the game. It just adds so much more immersion. Right, we've blown past Vern. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Or did we get Vern? No, we got Vern a couple of laps ago, didn't we? But we've blitzed away from him. We're right on the back of Ricciardo now as Rosberg is into the pits. We can click him. There we go. Playing whack-a-mole with the leaderboard again. Bad stop. He will come out behind Nico Hulkenberg. And that's Vern into the pits. Will Button get out ahead of Jean-Eric Verne? Yes, he will. Comfortably so. In fact, Bottas might get him here. Bottas does get him. Charles Peak a little bit too far back, though, in the Caterham. And we are all over the back of Daniel Ricciardo here. Just covers off the line. That battery, chance of getting through here is slim. Hamilton's into the pits now. And there goes Ricciardo, but we'll blast our way past anyway. Hamilton's back out. That's probably his one and only stop. Still hunting. Lost a little bit of time on those last couple of laps. What's the tyres at? 38%. We'll go another
Down
lap.
in the pits. Oh, that's a slow one.
Back run for Ricciardo.
Okay. Alrighty.
Sectors now that we're in clear air. The tenths up on Massa. 7 tenths gained in the first sector on Hulkenberg and Rosberg. New fastest lap for Mark Webber. 1:30.1. Hulkenberg did a 1:32.9. 1:31.5. 1.4 seconds taken out of him. We're going to thrash these tyres for the next few laps. And then we'll be boxing for mediums. If we're really lucky, we might get an undercut. I don't think we will. In fact, what is going to be better? mediums on lap 31. Lap 30. Or hards. That's 1:19.13. It's 5 seconds slower. All right. Yeah. Grippier compound.
Okay, maximum pace.
Hamilton is once again stuck behind his slower teammate. They're about to go side by side once again. Maybe not. Backs out of it as Grosjean's into the pits. There is Massa in the background who's gaining on the pair of them while they're fighting for position. Hulkenberg is in, so we're not going to get the undercut on Hulkenberg. Are we going to see a bad stop, though? We'll keep our fingers crossed on that. Here comes Hamilton, trying to get the move done. And that is done. Soft tyres and a decent stop there for Nico Hulkenberg. Come out behind Seb. Still recovering after that early lockup, which dropped him to the back of the grid. Jensen's into the pits for his one and only stop. Let's hope it's a good one. No. 2.6. Far cry from having the quickest stop of the day with a 2.3. And we're coming out behind Maldonado again. All right, Alonso into the pits. And now I need to start thinking about that fuel saving, because we haven't had a safety car and we've got a lot of fuel to save. Got 25 laps to go. Alonso slots out in 4th place behind Hamilton. Soft tyres should take him to the end at this point. New fastest lap for Seb. He's going to be boxing for a new set of tyres very soon, I think. It's an insanely quick lap, though, 1:29.8. Hamilton's was quick as well. Look, just 8 thousandths of a second difference between the two laps. Right, Sharpeak coming in. Straightforward stop there for Caterham. Jensen has gone through, and he's now a lap down as well, as that was Webber, who we just saw disappearing. Raikkonen right in front of him. Those two are 18 seconds clear of Hamilton now. He just sets a new fastest lap, a 1:29.0. 8/10 of a second quicker than the previous lap. Left on the tyres. Oh, a little bit yet. Okay, so we'll box the end of the next lap.
Use overtake.
So Raikkonen now the only driver who is yet to stop. Let's see how long he goes. He'll be putting a set of softs on when he does stop. Might well be this lap. Van der Gaard gets past Maldonado. No, he's going again. Kimi Räikkönen staying out. And still lapping quicker than Jensen, who's on brand new tyres. Albeit tyres not up to temperature. And a little bit of fuel saving, but pushing the battery. Now the tyres are up to temperature.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Here comes Webber, having a little look into Spoon. Couldn't get alongside. Stays behind through 130R. It's not close enough to have a look into the triangle.
Pack is low.
That is Jensen out of battery. And there we go. Kimi into the pits.
Recharge
Let's
on.
see where he comes out. Schumacher will be in at the end of this lap. He is about half a lap behind. Well, a third of a lap behind. Not a bad start. Didn't look amazingly quick. Hamilton will go through, as will Alonso and Grosjean. He should get out in front of Rosberg. And does. Massa not too far behind Rosberg now as well. Rosberg really struggling now with his car. 2.4. That's the best stop of this run so far. And our last scheduled stop. Where are we going to feed out? Behind Di Resta, by the look of it. There he goes. 7 minutes. Just get these tyres fired up. Jensen's battery's gone. I'll reboot the battery. It's earlier than last time that happened. Really going to hurt our pace once again. It's just no matter what happens, it's going to be a miserable afternoon for Jensen. Down in 19th place with a battery that doesn't want to work because he smashed his car in qualifying. Killed the only good ERS we have.
Tyre looks stable.
We've had no safety car either, so all that extra fuel we took out, just in case we got a safety car when we had 2 on the previous attempt, is now just hurting us because we have to save a load of fuel. And you watch a safety car come out when we're just about done with the fuel saving. It's just going to be one of those streams where everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Right, 21 laps to go. Can we rescue something? Battery almost finished rebooting for Jensen. There we go, battery has finished rebooting. But
understood.
while that's been going on, we have been lapped by Mark Webber. So at least we don't have to do as much fuel saving now. Seb's in. Knew he'd have to make another stop. I think he's probably done enough to actually stay ahead of Schumacher a bit. We did just about get out in front of him, or stay in front of him, but pressure's going to be on. He's almost certainly going to be getting past us. Need to put a bit more heat back into the tyres for Jensen. Grab the notebook because I can't remember how much fuel it is for a lap around here. Let's have a look. Suzuka. 1.9 kilos, give or take. So if we go on the assumption that that might be outdated because that's from the previous version of the game, we need to save, say, no worse than minus 1.8. We can get down to about 2 kilos underfueled. We can then just stop the fuel saving and we'll naturally save the rest that we need. Come on, Seb, having a look. Oh, that was tight. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Somebody spun off. It wasn't us. Don't know who it was.
There are yellow flags on the main straight.
Guido van der Gaard.
Let's take a look at the replay. All good at this point.
And that's...
oh no,
yeah.
that's not how to do it.
The entrance of the
Not
triangle.
a mistake they'll want to make again.
Did I unretire Schumacher? I did, yes. Because he retired at the end of the 2012 mod. But I unretired him and stuck him in instead of having Sergio Perez as my second driver. Because I wanted to see if I could get title number 8 for Schumacher. So I brought him out of retirement with a 3-year deal. And then he's gone for good at the end of that 3-year deal. Because he'll be pushing 50 by that point. How old will he be? Look. He's 44 at the moment, so he'll be 46 when his contract expires. Right, Massa's in and out before we come through. Where are we? just didn't quite make it onto the shot. Still ahead of Seb, but only just. And here he comes again, and this time he might get us. This time he might get us. Oh, good driving from Schumacher. I was just about to turn the battery on, didn't need to. Excellent defending. We've got back markers in the way as well. One of the two Mauritius. Tell which one it is by the tyres. It is Chilton. God, Seb is all over us. Absolutely all over us. Lost a little bit of time there, thanks to Max Chilton.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Have to keep the fuel saving going with Schumacher because we're still on the lead lap here. And we're not likely to get lapped. And Chilton's in. Having just been lapped by us, he dives into the pits. Here comes Seb once again. It's not quite as close this time. He's still trying though. Oh, there he goes. He got us. Dived up the inside through the first deck nut. It was bound to happen at some point. But once again, he gets us at the most unlikely
Now we're
place.
down at turn 9. The gap opens up for them.
Just threw it up the inside. Gave us no way of closing that
The
down
points
without
in
a
touching
retirement.
distance now. They're 11th.
For both of us. So back down to P12. Maybe our pace will pick up a little bit now that we're not having to defend. Let's see if we can stay with him. Just try and get a little bit of DRS out of him. I don't think we will. I think he'll just pull away from us ridiculously quickly. We've got 15 laps to go. Vandergaard boxing has put Button back to 60, but he's 20 seconds nearly off the back of Jean-Eric Verne. Verne might have to stop again, possibly. And still through. I was not aware that the car in front of me was Seb. I just watched him go flying past me. Yeah, I mean, he's down to retire at the end of this season. So, I mean, we could maybe bring him out of retirement, possibly. There is a script I think I need to run at the end of the season, or else it's just going to decimate the roster across staff and drivers. Not been absolutely decimated by... Oh no, wait, I'm looking at DeResta. Yeah, we have been decimated by Zen. He's already going after Satil. How's Jensen getting on? Valtteri's pushing on the back of us. That's not good. How are we... What happened to Jensen? For us to be that far... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I can see exactly what happened. Hamilton, Alonso, Raikkonen and Grosjean have all gone through. No wonder we did a 140 last lap. I was trying to work out what the hell happened and why we were suddenly 28.5 seconds behind Verne. Blue flags. And the new fastest lap from Kimi Räikkönen. Right, we've almost done fuel saving, so wait for the safety car that's about to happen. Closing in on DeResta as well. We've got battery to spend. Let's see if we can get him here, actually. Not quite close enough to get... Oh, Satil's in. That's going to put us into 11th place. And that means DeResta will probably be in next lap. So that will put us into 10th if we don't get the move done on track. So that will get us into the points, and our target position for Schumacher, I've given up all hope of getting Jensen into top 13. I mean, those blue flags just killed any chance we might have had of getting ahead of somebody in front of us. We're over at pit stop behind Jean-Eric Verne right now. About whether we can maximise our opportunity here with Shuby. Don't go to the inside, it's a trap, there we go. Stick to the outside. There we go, good lad. There we go. Up into P10. As far as we go. Let's see that
right
again.
There. You can take a look now.
It might be our final overtake of the day.
Turn 14 here. It's certainly inviting.
Very nice.
And the McLaren there with it.
Just drain the last of the battery. Try and get away from DeResta just in case he doesn't stop. Because we need to finish the fuel saving. There we go. And we've got a Sauber starting to close in on us as well. Esteban Gutierrez. And I do not want to surrender the position to him. 10 laps to go.
Overtake available.
doing 1:31.0s. Got an insect rave going on now. This is the downside of leaving the windows open at night when it's hot. Get invaded. There is Duresta into the pits. I had a feeling that was coming. Fortunately, Jensen is way too far behind to do anything about it. Luckily, he's not likely to get blue flagged again. Rosberg is the next car up, and he is not quick at the moment. There's Duresta popping out behind Adrian Sutil. I don't think he's got enough laps left to get back up to Schumacher. And he's got his teammate Verne, Ricardo and Gutierrez to get through at the same time. And we're almost done with the fuel save. Almost. 2 seconds is the gap to Gutierrez. It's about a second a lap quicker. This is going to be tight. Need that new front wing. It's still a month away. I've at least got the gap down a little bit to about the pit stop. So the car's just in front. However brief that's going to be. They're being held, they're pushed up well, but in fact they've just been lapped by Webber, which is why they did a 1:34 last time round. There we go, 1:35 for Verne as he's been lapped now. Under pressure from Adrian Sutil. Holds him back, that's good, that's what we want. Schumacher's done fuel saving. New fastest lap for Felipe Massa, a 1:28.7. Bragging rights only, no point for the fastest lap in 2013. Esteban Gutierrez is now just 1.2 seconds behind us. The one stop has not worked at all for Jensen, has it? Should have gone with the 2 stop like we did on the first attempt. Might have at least had a chance of staying on the lead lap that way. It's a yellow flag. Oh, Jensen, what happened? Ah! I see. Van der Garde locked up. That's what happened.
Let's watch these cars as they head into turn 10.
My God, I was under pressure from Guido van der Garde in the
wheels
caterer.
just lock up there.
That's a
And they'll need to
big
be
lock-up.
mindful of the effect
That's
that
why
that
I
had
went
on the
behind him and then
tyres.
back ahead of him. Is he going to hit the barrier? Don't tell me he's going to drive straight to the barrier. He did.
And here we've got a yellow flag. Down at the hairpin.
Look at this.
Oh, and a
Bonk.
fairly substantial crash there.
A fairly substantial crash. Well, you wouldn't think so. He's barely moving, and yet he still managed to rip most of the front wing off. Jesus Christ.
And you just look after the fuel.
Gutierrez now just half a second behind. I've still got a little bit of spare tyre to play with, but I don't want to use it just yet. Going to make things as hard as possible here for Gutierrez. Hopefully. He should go flying past me now. Here he comes. Schumacher covers him off. Gutierrez thought about having a second little look into two, didn't quite manage it. I saw a video on DAZN TV, like an engineer analyses Singapore. Was it good? Said it's the most difficult track to cool the engine. Traditionally, yes, but that's nothing to do with the circuit itself. It's the climate. Another one that's really hard to keep the engine temps under control when it's hot is Mexico, because the air is so thin. You know, like what, 3,000 feet above sea level there. Ridiculously high. Ooh, another yellow flag. Just a brief one. A little wide moment for Hulkenberg on the exit of 2.
Now we're approaching turn 2. And that won't help their chances. Perhaps a little lapse in concentration, maybe.
Yeah, the climate is so hot and humid that it puts a lot of strain on the cooling systems. They usually run very high cooling packages, very heavy cooling packages for that circuit. Qatar's another one that can put quite a lot of strain on the engine. Although that one tends to put more strain on the driver. Well, again, it depends. We had that ridiculously hot race there a couple of years ago where the drivers were practically passing out. Logan Sargent pretty much did pass out. He boxed because he was about to crash, because he was struggling really badly with the heat, and he almost passed out getting out of the car. That's a fault for Valtteri as he closes in on the back of Jensen. Now we're going to use the last of our tyres. It's why, you know, I mean, Mexico, you wouldn't think it, but that's one of the higher downforce circuits on the calendar. Again, because that air is so thin, normal wing levels would not generate enough downforce, so they have to run quite high downforce levels. Get a lap put on Chilton or Bianchi? Bianchi. And Bianchi just holds up Gutierrez a touch. That might clear us from the DRS zone, which would be nice. 3 laps to go. We can thrash the tyre now. Do the same for Jensen. In his attempt to valiantly hold on to P16.
Maximum pace, maximum pace.
I can't believe we did not get a safety car this time round. Every race is random. The second the lights go out, that's it. It becomes a completely random event. In the grand scheme of things, sometimes some things do feel like they're scripted. Especially if you're trying to sim a race. You generally tend to find that if you sim it, reload it and sim it again, certain things will happen. I tend to notice it more in qualifying. Sometimes you'll see a driver crash in qualifying, so you reload it and he crashes again, same exact spot every time. Sometimes you can try and change it by delaying when you go out or sending drivers out in different positions, and it's like it becomes scripted that a set car in a set position will be the one that crashes, and you can get one of the AI to crash instead. I've seen that happen before in my various little experiments that I've carried out, but generally in a race, once the lights go out, that's it. It starts, everything is completely random. So like I said, we've had no issue at all for Hamilton's car, which was falling a bit to bits a little bit in the last race. Vettel was on for a very strong podium, and he's now down in 9th place with underfloor damage, which didn't happen in the first race. We haven't had any retirements. We haven't had a single VSC or safety car. Jensen's been lapped, which obviously didn't happen last time out because of the safety cars. Boxing the field back up again. Final lap for our race leaders, which means final lap Jensen coming up.
Use overtake.
Schumacher still has a lap and a half. We're not going to catch anybody unless they retire. But we are pulling away from Gutierrez, and we have plenty of battery to burn now as well, just to make sure we stay comfortably clear of him. Get that final point. Get 600k and change from the sponsors for him. Not going to get anything out of Jensen. And the board's not going to be happy with this one either, so it's going to undo all the good work we did in our previous race last week at Korea/Baku. There we go, final lap for Schumacher. Rasta gets ahead of Satil. Grosjean is putting all kinds of pressure on Alonso. But his opportunity's gone. Webber wins.
And Red Bull crosses the finish line first.
And that's what happens when you drive with such skill and passion. They barely put a foot wrong.
Just in case. Oh, well, let me save. Oh, shit, I should have done this a lap or two ago. Okay, hopefully it won't crash. Here we go. Alonso holds off Grosjean. Jenson Button comes home a lap down in P16. Been an absolutely abysmal weekend for him. Absolutely appalling.
Checkered flag.
Schumacher now comfortably clear of Gutierrez. He's going to get that final point and his target position of 10th.
Good effort today.
But it's not a great result in the grand scheme of things, is it? Still comfortably beaten by Hulkenberg. Tyre wear is killing us.
Okay, when you park up, you need to turn the car fully off. So kill the engine, wait 5 seconds.
Don't kill the
and
engine, I
then,
haven't got many left.
Switch it fully off.
Just turn it off. Schumacher crosses the line. Takes the final point. There's Gutierrez. He will finish P11. Just waiting on Bianchi to cross the line now. Here he comes. And that's everybody home and hosed. Right, fingers crossed. The game will take us through to the next screens.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
Just managing a finish in the points, having crossed the line in 10th.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there though.
And that's all for today as we wrap up the weekend here in Japan.
We're nearing the end of the season and it's time for some serious heat. Stay with us as Formula One moves to Mexico City.
All right. Confirmation of the final result. Webber gets the win ahead of Hamilton and Raikkonen. It's Alonso in P4, Grosjean P5, Rosberg nursing a damaged car, or at least a damaged engine, gets 6th place. Massa 7th, Hulkenberg in 8th. Vettel recovers to 9th after locking up very, very early on and dropping to the back of the grid and having to switch from a 1-stop to a 2-stop. Schumacher gets that final point. Then it's Gutierrez in 11th. 12th for Ricciardo. 13th for Di Resta ahead of teammate Adrian Sutil in 14th. Jean-Eric Verne is 15th with Jensen in 16th. Starting from the pit lane, but not a good race at all. Not a good weekend after smashing up a car. Valtteri 17th, 18th for Charles Pic, 19th for Maldonado, Van der Garde 20th, but could have been much further up the grid. Has got the car, just not the control of it, it would seem. Then the two Marussias, both lapped twice, Chilton ahead of Bianchi. Sev's lead is reduced by 6 points, but he's still comfortably ahead. He's still 89 points clear with 294 on the board. Rosberg with 205. Not mathematically over yet. With 4 rounds to go, means a maximum of 100 points remaining. But it's not looking likely, is it? In fact, which season did they run? It was 2014, wasn't it, when they ran double points? So there shouldn't be double points this season. Fernando Alonso in 3rd, closes the gap to Rosberg by 4 points. He's now 11 behind on 194. Webber's win brings him within 5 points of Alonso, his 3rd win of the season, on 189 points. And then Hamilton is just 9 points further back with 180. Raikkonen on 152, another podium for him, his 4th of the season. Felipe Massa on 74 points. Grosjean up 2 places, jumping both Schumacher and Button into 8th place on 67. Schumacher with 62. Button 58 points. Then a big gap back to the Sauber of Nico Hulkenberg, who has 15 points. De Resta with 10. 4 points apiece for Esteban Gutierrez and Jean-Eric Verne. Ricardo has 3. Bottas with 2. Sutil with 1. Charles Pic with 1. So just 3 drivers yet to score this season. Max Chilton, Pastor Maldonado, and Jules Bianchi. Into the constructors' standings. It's 483 points for Red Bull. Again, not mathematically done yet. They're only 98 points clear. And there are 132 points remaining in the Constructors' Championship. So not home and hosed yet, but not far away. Not far away at all. Ferrari, 268 points. Could still just take second place away from Mercedes, but chances of that very, very slim indeed. Lotus, 219 points. We're on 120. So we're now nearly 100 points. We're 99 points behind Lotus, so that race is done and dusted. 5th it's going to be Sauber with 19 points, 11 points for Force India. Then Toro Rosso have 7, Williams with 2, Caterham with 1, Marussia the only team yet to score. In the pit stops, we just about scraped onto the leaderboard with a point from Schumacher's stop. Red Bull getting good points today, 1st and 4th. Ferrari 2nd and 8th. Toro Rosso getting some points in 3rd as well. And once again, Caterham getting some good points. They get 5th and 7th, with Lotus in between them in 6th there. And then Williams picking up a couple of points in 9th. So the standings look like this. We are still 3rd, but we are losing ground on the leaders again. 37 points for Red Bull sees them move into the lead over Ferrari by 10 points. They're on 245. Ferrari 235. We are 34 points behind Ferrari, 44 behind Red Bull on 201. Caterham moved back up into 4th place, overtaking Force India with 160 to 152. Williams with 139. Toro Rosso on 125, now moved back up to 7th above Mercedes, who have 112. Sauber with 56. Lotus moving off the bottom with 48 points, and it's Marussia with 42. You see, not close at all with the second stop, and miles away with Jensen. Such a shame when we had such good stops the last time we tried this. And of course, no bonus for Jensen, unfortunately. At least we got some money from Schumacher and a point. But yeah, this is going to undo a lot of the good work we put in with the board. That is the spare front wing, or confirmation of the spare front wing. We knew about that, but now we actually get the confirmation of it being built. Unfortunately, we are short on quite a few other parts. We have got some coming. As you can see, rear wings are now a problem, and I don't think we're actually building any of those right now. We've got a spare side pods and a spare suspension a day after I needed it. Let's go and install that now. There we go. Rear wings. Yeah, not building rear wings. I've got 800,000. I can afford to make 2 rear wings. But money is tight at the moment. Let's see. Underfloors. Don't have a spare underfloor, nor do I have the money to make one. All right. Let's go back to the factory and take away one of those wings that we're building. I need that chassis. Because I don't have a spare right now. Yeah. So let's cancel one of those 2 wings to get 300k, no, 275k back. And that will give me just enough to put an underfloor into production here. There we go. So I've got $208,000 left. And hopefully soon we'll have a little bit of money from the tour centre to give us enough to make another wing. Let's dive into the inbox, shall we? Am I planning to update F1 Manager to match 2014? No, we're going to just let it roll over and see what happens. We've already broken that by some of the decisions that we've made with staffing and, you know, the fact that we've hired Mick Schumacher and Michael Schumacher and binned off Chaco. So, let's see. Speaking of Mick, he's gained 3 points in cornering, a point in adaptability, and 2 points in accuracy. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Needing to get some more points in braking now. Cornering, no, not cornering. Smoothness has improved for Gary Paffett, who's retiring at the end of the year. Nick De Vries, no change for him. An extra point in cornering for Magnussen, who also is leaving us, I believe. As is Stoffel. And Ben Barnicoat had a nice, productive month, hasn't he? He is staying. He's signed a new deal. Main drivers, any change? Yes. A point in reactions for Jensen. And a point in defending for Schumacher. Very nice. Suspensions, side pods. We know about that. Post-race data. We've replaced that underfloor. I need to change that rear wing, which we can't do. Can't change that underfloor. We're waiting on the new part. We destroyed a suspension, a rear wing, and a chassis, and a gearbox, and wiped out an ERS pretty much as well, and an engine with that crash in qualifying. So it's gone from looking really solid for Jensen for the rest of the season to really, really sketchy in very quick order there. So I can't fix either of those 2 parts yet. We've got 25 days, though, until Mexico. We're about to get a little bit of cash from the end of the month. So we will be able to go into the next race with parts, but not a lot else. There we go. Right. It has been a very long stream tonight because we've had to run the race twice. We're just going to do a couple of quick bits and then we're going to end the stream and pick it up tomorrow. Let's see what everyone else is up to. Red Bull, I've got a new rear wing, one of the best on the grid. That makes no surprise there at all. And they're working on a new chassis as well, and no idea what's going on at Toro Rosso, but probably not anything good. So while we have a little bit of cash, it's not a lot, but it's a little bit of cash, let's add in an extra rear wing, because we definitely need an extra one. We don't have a spare. Let's check what else we need. Suspensions, I don't care about the S3, it's the S2 thing again. There we go. Do I have a spare on the S2? No, I don't, so I need a spare suspension. I've got a spare chassis coming. We can fit Jensen with the new chassis again now. Front wings, I've got 2 spares, and we've got a new one coming in about 4 weeks. Rear wing, we've got 2 on the way. Side pods, we're good on side pods for the rest of the year now. Underfloors, we need that extra underfloor. We need 2 of those really. And we need the extra suspension. So into car parts, manufacturing, let's add in an extra underfloor. There we go, so we have a spare underfloor because it won't take long for one of them to break, no doubt. And let's make 1 extra suspension as well. That's going to leave me with 1.2 mil. That's enough to get another part going. once this is no longer on fire. Every year. And there we go. Did that before I forget to do it tomorrow. That is it for tonight. So, for those of you that stuck around to the very end, I salute you, even though you can't see it because the webcam's off. But well done. Appreciated you keeping me company all the way through till 1:10 in the morning. A nice 5-hour plus stream tonight. Hopefully, we'll be back at the usual time without any crashes tomorrow. For round 16 for Mexico, which is our stand-in for the Indian Grand Prix. And that's it for the last of the stand-ins. It'll be actual circuits after that. So Wednesday we'll be going to Abu Dhabi, Thursday to Kota, and Friday the season finale at Sao Paulo, Brazil. We do not have long to try and get the board back on side. Disappointed with Suzuka. Still lost confidence. Yes, we are very much up against it. So, keeping those fingers crossed that we can do this. If you have enjoyed tonight's race and you haven't already done so, a thumbs up would be hugely appreciated. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, and click on the bell for notifications when stuff drops on the channel, be it a new video or a live stream starting. And yeah, I will be back at the same time, hopefully tomorrow, 8 o'clock for round 16. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.